Well, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome once again to the GCC ground border, the Mecca of cricket in Guyana. Today is day number 2, where Demerara and Essequibo are battling it out in the middle in the Guyana Cricket Board for the Inter-County Championship. Overnight, it was 393 for the loss of 6, great advantage to Demerara, with Akshaya on a fine 110 not out. And yesterday he got great support from Perez, who smacked 86, and a fine half century also from Sachin Singh. In the bowling department, we had Wazi Mohammed, none for 28, Swami, none for 27, Samson, none for 47, Cadogan, none for 40. Adams, the pick of the bowler, long bowl, 26.5 overs, 4 for 106. And the other wicket taker, Hubbard, 2 for 83 from 20 overs. And Phillips, none for 44. So day number 2 is about to begin. And Akshaya Prasad is out in the middle, along with, Ushar Dev Balgobin. Good to see Ushar Dev having a knockout in the middle. And no doubt he will be trying his best to ensure he has a good score. With me in the com box is my colleague Naim Chan. Good morning to you, Naim. Another day of cricket. The expectation is for Essequibo to fight back and Demerara to consolidate.
Consolidate and keep piling up the runs. Good morning, everyone. So 393 is a mammoth total. I have no reason to believe that Barnwell would not want to bat until lunch, get 470, 480 runs, and so that they can concentrate on bowling at Essequibo twice. But it's a beautiful day, nice wind coming into our faces in the commentary box. First ball, full toss, over the top. That's a maximum. Full toss. And young Balgobin, I've heard about him. I'm seeing him for the first time. Good that the little ones can come into the squad to show off their skills. Full toss, first ball from Adams, struck away for 6.
Naim, I heard you say it's good for the little ones to come in. Look at Ushar Dev. He's a tough fella there, has a lot of muscles, but I do understand what you mean. That's a youngster with a lot of talent. Full toss, no place, and put away disdainfully.
And the first ball too. One would expect at his age and, well, not his size, as you just mentioned, but at his age, you want to show respect at this level, pat the first one, even though it's a full toss. But no, it's a full toss. That's the treatment it should get, and that's the treatment. Meet it out.
Yes, and very interestingly in this game so far, none of the medium-fast bowlers have been able to pick up a wicket. They had some good spells, but yet they are hunting for the first wicket in the fast bowling department. We saw quite a number of no balls yesterday sent down by Quinton Sampson. He will definitely want to correct that today.
So Akshaya has had a great time at the crease. What I like with him, he was not absolutely extravagant or trying to pepper each ball through the offside. He's got some beautiful cover drives. I think he has been practicing shot selection to a great extent, and he's showing a very classy youngster, picking and pacing his innings as well.
Akshaya Prasad yesterday, a well-compiled 110, some fluent shots, both over the top and over the boundary, along the ground, piercing the gaps. Was a masterful century.
Beautiful. I like his style, his desire and appetite to want to bat. And this is what I guess selectors look for. We had commentators selected in our commentaries the attitude of Savory from Essequibo, who is doing duty with the Harpy Eagles. The kind of same disposition he shares with Akshaya. Shot selection, wanting to stay, and to bat as long as possible. This is a 4-day game, and I think that's exactly what the selectors want to see from you.
Yes, you're absolutely right about that. Selectors want to see you make runs, and not anyhow as well. They want to ensure that you are somebody they can work with. And in the case of Akshaya Prasad, he has been with the Harpy Eagles for quite a number of years. And through lack of form, the selectors had to dispense with him. And that's because Kemal Savory was scoring runs. And I think they're right. But here is he having an opportunity in the inter-county tournament to still be reckoned with. We would like to continue to move on from here.
Well, Samson had the new ball yesterday afternoon, did not impress basically. He was really on a placid pitch, of course, but he was really exerting so much of energy. He puts a lot into his bowling. Just sprayed it a little bit, and Akshaya, of course, took advantage, and the other batsman. Chopped away. This is going to go all the way down to the boundary, short. Samson guilty this morning again, like yesterday, on several occasions, bowling short. Now, Akshaya could have taken that with his hand and placed it where he wanted. There's a big, nice little gap there. And I said big, nice little gap. The big gap between the slip cordon and the gully, and it went straight through, down to the boundary for 4. Another important thing, Jeet, is that you know a classy batsman if they pick gaps. I recall discussions I overheard with Brian Lara telling Shivnarine Chandapal, who had made his debut several years after Brian Lara. And Shiv was trying to get the ball to beat the offside field, couldn't. And Lara told him, slice it. You got to cut it and put more spin. And in 2 deliveries later, Shiv was beating the covers.
Yes, that was a shot that Shiv developed and actually mastered it as well.
So then is when you pick the people, you know the classy players. We had Atenes, as we all mentioned, from the Windward Islands, who is so comfortable, and he was picking all the gaps. Down the leg side, outside the offside.
Yes.
The 400, Jeet.
Yes, Naeem, and that's a good feeling. 404 for the loss of 6. Today is the only second day. That in itself is a mammoth total in the context of inter-county cricket. Still 4 wickets to go, and a man well set out in the middle on 100. Maybe they'll bat right on to the lunch interval, and then the declaration might very well come at that time. But Akshaya has a good opportunity to get to 150.
I think deep down too in his heart, he wants to be not out. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Another big one. Another big one. And that's straight over the top of long on and over the boundary for a maximum signal by the umpire. So kind of a no-nonsense mood. But why should you tolerate full tosses? So it's not like Akshaya wants to get out or remain not out. It's a full toss, hit it away.
That's right. That is what you do with full tosses. And yes, peppered that long on boundary over the boundary. I think that's his 4th 6 that he might very well smack in that position. So it simply means that he's excellent hitting in the breeze over long on. It's never an easy shot to play because you tend to move across the line a little. But he has played it to perfection thus far and continues where he left off yesterday. He has now gone on to 120. He has put on 10 runs so far this morning.
So they seem to be having issues with balls that may have struck the Rohan Kanai stand and may have gone out of shape. They're signaling for not a ball, a replacement ball. So I'm certain there comes Mr. Umpire Digar. I understand that this year Umpire Digar will be marking 30 years of service in umpiring. What a feat.
Yes, Naeem, 30 years, and he has given yeoman services to this wonderful game of cricket that we all love. I could recall him way back many, many years ago. We traveled together from Maikoni coming to Georgetown and back home. He's a very, very good gentleman, gentle in every sense of the word, has done some umpiring not only in Guyana, but in North America as well, Canada and the United States of America. So congrats to umpire Degar, and we wish him all the best as he continues in this field.
He's very, very pleasant character. So they're testing the wrongness of the ball, see that it's equal. So they have their little piece of equipment passing the ball through, as you can see. And then they have to consider wear and tear. If it's a ball that has had the same amount of wear and tear, maybe a day's old or half a day or 50 overs. And so they mark those boxes so that you can have them as replacement. So I'd like to think that they would show the batsmen in particular would have a little view to see that they're satisfied.
Yes, and we just want to remind our viewers and the listeners that the fourth round action in Cricket West Indies 4-day championship commences on Wednesday. Right here in Guyana, the Harpy Eagles will be hosting the Jamaica Scorpions. And our producer for FL Sports sent us the points standing as we go into that fourth round. I shall be reading out those points for you during the course of this over. Adams continues.
Akshaya on top of it. And if you monitor for yourselves, you'd see how placid the pitch is. It seems very easy to bat on. And so that accounted for several good individual scores in the Demerara innings. You were talking about the points, Jeet.
Yes, the Harpy Eagles, they maintain the top of the table position. After defeating Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have rocketed even further. They're on to 49.8. And in second position, the Volcanoes, they have gone on to 37.8. Gotten those points actually to put them from fourth to second when they defeated Jamaica. So that's the end of the over by Ricardo Adams. Let me continue this point standing, Naeem. Hurricanes, they are 34.2 points. Pride, 31.2. Red Force, 24.8. And the Scorpions, they are 15.4. So it's going to be the top of the table clashing with the bottom of the table in that fourth round game at the National Stadium. And in Trinidad and Tobago, we'll be having I think the Volcanoes taking on the Pride. And there's another match there as well. So the Harpy Eagles, they'll be looking for more points. They're in a very good position to see Leon Johnson's farewell as a resounding success for him. And of course, they are vying for the Headley Weeks Trophy in that 4-day championship.
I like what the board is doing, that they're giving you bonus points for several other categories. That's good because it would make the captains think how to use their bowlers as well, because there are bonus points for bowlers.
Bonus points for fast bowlers. Over the top of mid-on, out towards the boundary, Akshaya Prasad. It is not going to reach the boundary. Will be pulled back just about now. But he had a chance to complete two. Good-looking shot. And that batting points and bowling points are awarded only for the first innings at 110 overs. That's a cut-off point. So there's no batting and bowling points after then, nor in the second innings.
Off the bat, apparently. 4 legitimate runs down the leg side. And Sampson is guilty, just like yesterday, of highly animated and just spraying it down the leg side. There is no one down there and it came all the way for 4. I'm pretty impressed with young Ushadev, with his movement. He's kind of stockily built, but still moves very, very agile.
Yes, Naeem, and that tells the hard work he has put in. Wow, bowled him inside edge, off the back foot, looking for the cut shot there, Akshaya Prasad, and got the inside edge, the ball cannon onto the off stump, and he's gone after a brilliant knock. Good innings. He's going to be disappointed he didn't get to that 150, but Essequibo, they love to see the back of this man that tormented them.
Good innings, and Samson finally has something to celebrate. He has been working very hard. That one came back from outside the off stump. Akshaya was cutting against the spin and just uprooted the stump. So good display, poetic justice, Mr. Samson. You can give a smile, put a smile on your face and celebrate that you picked up a very, very good wicket. So nice innings, great innings. Displayed a lot of grit, gutsy innings. He stayed there. His shot selections were very, very good. He picked every bad ball, put them through the gaps, and he also paced his innings very well. At the end of the first day, to get 100 plus runs, 110 runs, was an achievement. So it was not like necessarily being bogged down. He picked the bad balls. There were several of them. He executed some fantastic shots. Great knock from Akshaya, and great work too from Samson coming in this morning, exhausted from yesterday afternoon. He was asked to carry it almost down to the end with the new ball. He responded, did not bowl very well, came back this morning and got the prize scalp.
Yes, Naeem is 127 off 176 balls, 9 fours and 4 sixes, a top 100 from him. So the right-handed Richie Loknath, right arm off spinner, and is very, very handy with the bat. He can consider himself an all-rounder too. Good delivery here by Samson, right on target off the meat of the bat down towards short extra cover. So Essequibo much more energetic here this morning, and that's good to see. You just want to put yesterday behind the view. And this is cut off the back foot. That's gone through third man and away to the third man boundary for 4. Well played there by the right-hander.
It's a good shot. He was in position because it was very, very short, so he could have spotted it and whacked it through the offside for 4. Really a formidable first inning score. So if you joined us for the first time, welcome to our broadcast originating from Guyana, South America. And this is the West Indies Senior Men's 4-day tournament. That's coming up on Wednesday. This is the domestic part of the tournament where we're having the inter-county. We've got 3 counties in the country. And this is Essequibo winning the toss, having Demerara bat first. And after the first day and entering the second day early in the morning, mammoth total 421 for 7. Not a big shot here. This is going to clear the boundary ropes. Yes, it does. It doesn't. That's the longest point. So it ends up going in for 4, dropping just inside of the boundary and scoring 4 runs. Young Ushadev, very aggressive approach here. And he's got all reasons to do that because of the position that Demerara has assumed. As we say, good morning to Mikowanya.
Good morning, viewers, and good morning to you, Naim. Yes, it's a dominating performance here by Demerara, and in such a strong position that the batsmen virtually have a license to just go after the bowling.
Precisely. They're such in a such dominant position. Sliced away. This will not go into the ropes, but they'll come back for 2. Yes, Demerara, they have assumed a position of dominance, and that gives, as you said, an absolute license to these men coming down at the bottom of the table or bottom of the batting lineup, license to go straight ahead and do what you want to do, have some fun.
In the air again. And it's going to just drop short of Sheldon Charles out there. Again, it has not been a convincing effort by the Essequibo team in the field. They have really shelled some chances in this innings.
It looks like the declaration, Mikowanya. But let me just re-emphasize what you just said. That was not a good attempt by Charles. Should have gone in faster. I don't think the sunshine is in all its glory, so quite possibly wasn't in his eyes. But he just made a half-hearted attempt and put down what could have been made into a catch. I'm trying to figure out. The two batsmen have gone in, so it has to be a declaration. 429 for the loss of 7. Balgobin not out 15 and Richie Loknot not out 4. We'll have the full scoreboard for you from our technical staff in a while. But a dominant position, Mikawanya. And I thought that they may have wanted to bat to give the lower order batsmen an opportunity to at least prove their skills. But it came earlier than that, and no problem. That's what they're supposed to do, the captain.
Yeah, it is a surprise now. In my mind, I was thinking they were probably going to try to bat at least for an hour, put just a little bit of more stress and fatigue on the bodies of the Essequibo players, but they just came out for a few overs, and that was it. Try to maybe amass as much runs as possible in that maybe 12 to 15 overs in that hour. But Christopher Barnwell, in his own mind, had other plans.
Yeah, and I guess you have a very, very strong point. It's just about hassling their bodies, get them to work maybe an hour before the luncheon period, and ask them to go into start their innings. So Essequibo, they've got their work cut out for them, and good knock, Demerara, comfortable position. So at the declaration, 429, Demerara, a mammoth total. We're going to be coming back with you in just a while when the players come out to resume the Essequibo innings. So welcome back to the Border Cricket Ground. Famous Border, described here as the Mecca of cricket grounds in the West Indies, and world famous as well, having had their first test match in the 1929-1930 period, and then continuing with a long history. But since the National Stadium was constructed in 2007 for the World Cup, all internationals migrated to the National Stadium. And so we started to see the decay and the decline of this world-class ground. So Essequibo will respond to the Mammoth 429 posted by Demerara. Kevin Boody, the captain of the Essequibo side, is going to open the batting. So he's got a long role to play out there. So the outstanding batsman, you have it there, Hemraj, 33, 55, Sachin Singh, 86 from Perez, 127 from Akshaya Prasad. That was the star innings, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he also scored. So Barnwell, first delivery to Bodie, and Bodie is not in absolute control, kept a little bit low outside the line of the off stump, just managed to push it away into the offside. Mikowanya, a long roll here for the lead batsman in the Essequibo side.
Oh, definitely. They are up against a mammoth total here. It's going to call for a lot of batting and a lot of leadership. The captain has got to lead the way for his Essequibo side. The guys are probably up against 12 men. Naeem, the 11 on the field and the scoreboard. So it's pressure all around.
Well, I thought that Barnwell would have started off with a little more aggression than he has. He has 2 slips and a gully, the only man up for the catch. And he's not a tear-away fast bowler, but a little more pressure with fielders more visible in front of the batsman may have provided that pressure.
Yeah, that is true. Still an attacking field though. Barnwell will want to back himself. This is usually a good hunting ground of his. He knows the conditions very well. Plays his cricket right here in Georgetown. A lot of rivalry between DCC and GCC. And he's been bowling very well so far in this tournament, picking up a couple of 5-wicket hauls and so. And you know, Barnwell believes that every ball he sends down, he believes that it's a possible wicket, as a bowler should. As we hear the cries as he sends that one down, bold, you know, just in anticipation and that excitement, that belief process is there that, hey, I'm going to get your wicket. And the confidence is there and the runs is there. So lots of things in favor for the Demerara guys at this time. Akshaya standing in slip, you know that his confidence will be second to none in the field. And that's 4 runs flicked away. Just looking for that fuller, quicker Yorker length delivery. with Buddy equal to the task, and that's 4 runs. So at the end of the first over, it's 4 without loss here at Border.
Well, not a very eventful first over. The batsmen have been very watchful. They know that they have a lot of time on their hand. Those were some of the shining performances from the Demerara batting lineup. So let's see who's going to be. Ali Mohammed is going to bowl from the commentary box end. And he's going to bowl to Avinash Prasad. I was going through the weather forecast early this morning, and they predicted that it's going to be very hazy and very cloudy, and that's exactly what you're seeing there. So there may be passing showers during the course of the day. I doubt whether it will be a downpour. The good thing is that we have a very strong wind blowing across the ground. Lifter, that one made some height. We had seen one delivery from the Essequibo bowlers that went very high. Lifter. This one really lifted. So high that the batsman had enough time to gauge and to get out of the way. But I'm surprised at the amount of lift there, Mikowanya.
Yeah, if you're willing to bend your back, there is a little bit of oomph for the faster bowlers. Better length this time. Catching the batsman on the crease, not fully back or forward. Just outside that off stump. That's a good length for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed to be bowling to the new batsman.
So that's the bit of aggression I was talking about. He has a forward short leg. Into the wide open gap. Long chase. This might carry or stop just inside of the boundary. The border sword just a little bit heavy up to now, or spongy, may I say. So the return comes in. Nice shot there. 3 runs scored. Avinash 2, 4. They actually completed 4. Nice running there. Following the ball, taking the eyes off of the batsman. Good shot through the offside. And just if I can just complete this is good field placing from Barnwell. He has a lot of runs. He left the mid-on, big open gap, inviting the batsman to go for the shot.
Yeah, at this time with the field setting, it's going to be attacking, but it's also important that the bowler maintains a disciplined line and length. You know, you want to work with your skipper. Try to get the slips in the gully, keep that ball on that offside. Nice delivery there. Outside that off some short. Batsman been caught in 2 minds there if you look at it on the replay. Ali Mohammed coming wide of the crease, using the crease as much as he can to angle that ball in and dropping it a bit short.
So now we're going to have the mid-on. So I think it's a good idea to have the mid-on or long-on and give an opening in the covers. And your bowler hang outside the line of the off stump with a big open gap, inviting the batsman to go for the drive through the cover or extra cover. But in place, Barnwell is at short extra cover. Then there's a cover point. So you're not giving the batsman an opportunity to drive, and you want him to. Your bowler must go outside the off stump. But if you're going to plug every little gap, you're not inviting the batsman. That's the end of the over. 8 without loss.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that, Naeem. You want to entice the batsman to see that green, that open space on the offside, to have him want to take that drive. This is where it calls for a bit of patience. You test the batsman's patience, but the bowler's patience is also being tested if he could just maintain that line and length. I think what we saw in the first 2 overs is that both bowlers would have maintained a line and length, but then try for that kill ball, that quicker delivery, and it was put away. Oh, that's a nice shape into Buddy there from Barnwell, attacking the stumps.
That was a very good delivery, actually. Cut back appreciably from outside the off stump. Still a placid pitch, still good for batting, but you have to bat. It's the desire and, of course, the technique. And you can stay there and gather runs as well.
Right behind the line of that delivery is Buddy. You all know Kevin Buddy, a record holder for the inter-county cricket, the double 100 in the 50 over format. So we know that he is very capable with the bat.
I think you'd be mindful, too, that there's no Savory and Adams. And he would know then that a lot of additional responsibility will be on his shoulders.
Beaten. Completely beaten outside the off stump there, even as the showers are just a little bit of drizzle at this time. Not a full-blown shower, just a bit of drizzle coming down on the ground. The umpires, I'm sure, will be monitoring the situation. But Buddy was beaten there outside the line of the off stump.
I see the umpire has already signaled to the ground staff to be in full preparation to bring on the covers, because there's a slight drizzle coming across the ground. I want to believe this is going to blow away because it's a very high wind blowing northeast. So it might just blow away. It's already easing, but that threat is going to remain for a while. The conditions are hazy, it's cloudy.
Barnwell just pegging away at that outside line with just a little bit, getting the ball to nip back a bit. 2 slips and a gully. They're waiting for that outside edge. Probably, just as you were saying, you could probably even add a 3rd slip to that. So at the end of the over, it's 8 without loss.
Well, I see he's got 2 slips and a gully, but then he has a cover point and a cover and a mid-off. So there is no incentive that you're giving the batsman. Say, listen, hey, bro, I've got a big gap out there. If you're plugging every position up and still want 2 slips and a gully, it'd be almost useless. He's going to leave it alone or he's going to defend. But if you open up the field, and of course, Barnwell will be very cognizant of the fact that he's got 429 lead.
Yeah, with such a total, it serves as a bit of a cushion for you to be on the offensive, be on the attack for a bit longer than, let's say, if you had made just like maybe a 250 or so, because you have such a gap, such a cushion there with that lead. But Barnwell, he has other plans. And Ned standing in the covers, maybe he could have been in a third slip position and just inviting that drive. Poor there by the keeper. That went under the keeper, Yearwood. And that's going to be 4 byes. Yearwood has been struggling with the gloves even from the previous game to now. Has to do a lot more work to improve his keeping skills. That one went under him.
So that drizzle is more pronounced than it was a few minutes ago. It had eased off and it's coming again. I'm figuring it would not be a big downpour because it's a nice wind coming, so I guess it's going to blow over. But the umpire should not take any chances. And that's exactly what they would do. So the players are going to make their way off the field. And there are the groundsmen there just pulling the very huge covers on. And I'm surprised that with 3 of them alone that they actually are able to move it so quickly, because they're pulling against the wind, and so it's even more difficult. Very courageous groundsmen. So we're going to have, it doesn't seem like a long interruption. It's going to be pretty short. And Essequibo facing up to a mammoth 429. They're 12 without loss. So we'll be back in a few minutes to continue and describe this for you as soon as the covers are taken off. So we're back at border. All right, welcome again to all our viewers and listeners, in particular those people outside of Guyana. We'd like to welcome you to our microphones. So we've had a short interruption because of a very brief drizzle, so to speak, and the players have come on back. So if you missed out on what happened, the Demerara side was put into bat after the Essequibans won the toss. Yesterday was the first day, and Demerara went on to pile on the runs, 430 for the loss of 7 declared. That declaration came just about after 3 overs into day 2, and so just a few overs were bowled, 12 without loss. Essequibo responding to that mammoth 430. So we're going to see a full resumption. Ali Mohammed. And Ali Mohammed, of course, 2.3 overs. So 3 balls were sent down when the interruption came. And of course, 3 balls into the, 4th over? Outside the off stump. We'd seen some lifting deliveries from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He's gotten it to lift appreciably. He's reasonably tall, but we've seen other tall bowlers that did not get the ball to lift so appreciably. So just yesterday, if you missed out, 61 from Sachin Singh, 127 from Akshaya. That was the star of the Demerara batting lineup. And of course there were 86 from Perez, 63 from Ali Mohammed. That was a blistering innings. And Akshaya featured in 2 partnerships for the 4th wicket. Perez and himself got 110 runs, and then he shared another partnership with Mohammed for 103. So that actually accounted for the massive total that we mentioned a short while ago. With me in the commentary box, Mikawanya, one of our resource personnel. He's also a qualified umpire, and so he's has joined us playing a double role on the field and off the field, which is good for cricket, so we can have all-rounders. And the umpire in Mikawanya has evolved by itself. I think it's far more complicated now since the time of Duckworth Lewis when it started. And then there have been all sorts of additions and to the laws. So it has become a more scientific job now. I think it was pretty ordinary and straightforward decades ago. I think because it was short, Buddy spotted it. So Barnwell, if he had gotten that one to come up to the batsman, that would have caused some trouble. Even the wicketkeeper had difficulty taking it, but it was very fast too. It wasn't only a lifting delivery, but it was extremely fast. He really bent his back. He's going to try something else, which is good. He's got 2 slips on a gully. He's going to come round the wicket. And it's more academic, I think. That is what I wanted to hear from you. It's drawing a comparison, a contrast. I think it's more academic, intellectually, more statistics to be compared and calculated. There wasn't a lot of things 40 years ago as compared to now, with penalties and all of that. Good shot, backward square. Just a single. And the big open spaces, the invitation is on the leg side. And Barnwell has got a crowded offside field. And that's the area he wants the batsman to give an edge or a catch to. But he's inviting them on the onside, lots of space. They're just about a 6-3 field. So lots of opportunities available on the onside. So if the bowler doesn't keep it tight, then you can concede some runs on the onside. So Ali Mohammed is trying his best to just lag it outside the line of the off stump and hope that the batsman will go for the shot. But then again, I'm saying I'll give more open opportunities on the offside to go for the drive. But on the offside, he's got a mid-off, a cover, and a cover point.
Yeah, and 3 men on the leg side. Man down at long leg, square leg, and the mid-on. Oh, it's a surprise call right there by umpire Akshaya. Let's have a look at this Not too wide for a 4-day game day 9. Umpire could have let that one go, but he made his decision.
Probably wants to remind Ali Mohammed that he's been seeing a lot of those spraying when Essequibo were bowling as well. So I'm going to get struck on the pad. It appears as though it was going down the line. And the batsman was stretching forward, so he was appreciably in front down the leg side. The body language is explaining it. He was trying to flick it away. But unless you appeal in a vociferous, or may I say a boisterous way, then the umpires can get a little worried. But that was like a friendly appeal, just a question being asked.
Oh, straight drive there by Buddy. Beautiful shot through the stumps and still went for 4. That was beautiful, 9.
Good shot. It was up for the drive. And that's exactly what the batsman did, Kevon Buddy. And I'd seen an identical drive like that decades ago from Gordon Greenwich to Imran Khan. These are world-class batsmen and world-class bowler. But Greenwich's straight drive was filled with more savage brutality, if you like. But this one was well-timed, struck the stump, still went down to the boundary.
And that's the stumps from the non-strikers end to those who may be listening and not able to watch. Just to put that in there. Want to say good afternoon or good morning to all of our visually impaired viewers or listeners. Correction. So that's the end of the over here at Border. Score moves on to 20 without loss from 6 overs. Just to go back to what you were saying, Naim, about the appealing. You know, someone can just go up to the umpire and say, "Umpire, how was that?" And that's an appeal. And he could be given out if all the conditions line up.
That's a good delivery, Barnwell. Just tickling the batsman there to come forward. He had to commit himself and just missing the outside edge. Look at that. Good delivery.
You know, you always get the feeling that Barnwell is holding back something in the tank, and then he's able to just crank it up a bit more, throw in that extra bit of energy and get some more pace. I've always been impressed with the way how Chris Barnwell bowls. Just a little mind games being played there by the skipper. Just instructing Yearwood. Yearwood, look out. I may be returning it to the stumps. Be on guard. That one was hit on the head, so this is a serious matter here. Struck on the helmet by a sharp delivery from Chris Barnwell. So we're just going to have a moment here to ensure that the batsman, Passad, is doing okay.
I see the physio is making her way out. I think there must be a procedure, and we'll have it from the physio, that Avinash Passad must go through. Because out of bravery and because of his age too, and you feel you're young and strong, but that was struck very, very severe on the helmet. Don't know if it got some underneath injuries. The physio is going to ascertain. So there's a procedure that they have to go through. She's going to ask him some questions. But that was a hard blow. And Barnwell, may I say, is generating some pace. Very, very quick stuff. He got some very awkward bounce as well. What are some of the questions the physio asked the batsman? Like, are you seeing me? What is your name? Can you tell me today is what date? Are you broke? You got some money in the bank? How much do you have?
The physio going through her checks there.
But I'm glad to see that they're very keen. That was a severe blow to the helmet. Very severe. And I was wondering whether it got underneath the guard. Ricocheted from the grill and quite possibly touched his body part. But that was so severe, we heard it, that it's good to see that the physio was very keen at her job. His partner, Avinash's partner, Kevon Budi, who is the captain of the Essequibo side, has come down and is just trying to make sure that his batsman is in perfect health.
I think I heard, I'm not sure about this, but I think one of the recommendations is that you change the helmet after a blow. After a full-on blow like what he would have had. So, but I'm not sure on that. Because that was a pretty fierce blow on the helmet. I think it hit him more on the side of the helmet.
But I'm wondering, if you inflict such a blow on the batsman, he's going to be flustered. There must be some tinge of psychological impact. And immediately I'd put up a silly point and a forward short leg just for a delivery or two. There you go. So he's not going to be in comfort zone. And that's taking advantage now. Just putting two men or a man in front, he gets to drive fear and to put him into a psychological setback.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. That's how you play the game. I'm trying to get you out. I mean, I don't want you to get hurt or injured, but I'm still trying to get you out. Maybe even a follow-up short delivery. Maybe not as sharp, but something just way up on the body, under the ribs. And I think he may have heard you there, Naeem. Here comes Sachin Singh. He's going to be under the bat here at short leg.
Thank you, Barnwell. This guy, you have him. You have to have the killer instinct now. End of the over, very eventful over. And I'm just drawing a comparison, just checking the difference in bowling. And I think Demerara have generally been able to extract something additional than what the Essequibo bowlers were able to extract from this very placid pitch. Barnwell in particular has gotten it to lift, as well as Ali Mohammed, Barnwell operating from the northern end. Ali Mohammed got some to rise, something we had not seen in its entirety when the Essequibans were bowling. Young Ronaldo is joining me in the commentary box. Quite a pleasure to have an aspiring medical practitioner. He's still in studies, engaging in studies. Good morning, Ronaldo.
Hi, good morning, Naeem. It's great to be here.
But let me just hear how long more, we have a little break there, you have before we can properly address you as doctor.
So now I'm in my 4th year, so just one more year after the school year here, and then you can call me Dr. Magarel.
Well, that's nice to know. And these youngsters, if you would not be au fait with them, they do a lot of technical stuff for us that you're seeing on the television screen. And if I'm to give them marks, I think it's 9 out of 10. Short. and I don't know why I took away 1 mark. It's just for discretion's sake, because they're young. And they do a super job in the coverage of cricket. Now he's like a typical doctor. He wants to seize the opportunity also to have a little do with the microphones as well.
Thank you, Naeem. 9 to 10, that song's good. I sound like one of my lecturers there. She always says, you're not perfect, so you can't get 10. So you always, the highest mark you can always get in her class is 9 out of 10. Here we see a lovely delivery from Ned, who's just coming to the attack. I'm interested to see if he's gonna get any turn. All of yesterday we see the spinners not really turning the ball too much. And here we see the ball just keeping straight. See a little bit of drift there from Ned, but not much turn.
We had seen that from Phillips as well, bowling in the first innings, where he was almost not getting 0 turn. Ned is barely getting some, but I want to know if that was deliberate to have it drift past the left-hander's bat in the first 2 deliveries.
It could be. He's bowling with a new-ish ball. Again, beating the outside edge.
It's creating some problems, I can tell you that, for the batsmen. End of the over there. Just coming back to the marks by your lecturer. I have this cousin on the lighter side of things who slapped his little brother, and his brother asked him, "Why did you slap me?" And he said, "In the event you do anything wrong, even if I'm not wrong, you
Just
take
in
it now."
case.
So it has been quite an eventful morning, Ronaldo. This morning they had the declaration. I thought that Barnwell may have wanted to bat on a little more, but he took the declaration, just 3 overs into the day's play. And since then I'm seeing some hot stuff from the Demerara bowlers edging away. This is going to carry towards the boundary, I'm sure. And outside edge, Barnwell has been doing stuff here on this pitch, lifting deliveries. He's found the outside edge, and the Essequibo batsmen have got things to think about.
Yes. Even the faster bowlers, they're doing something with the ball, but it's not swinging as much as we saw in the previous game that was played here at Border. We see Ali Mohammed swing the ball a little bit, and Barnwell is just getting the ball to shape a little bit. And here we see that outside edge, and I'm pretty sure the next one might go to hand.
So I'm a little surprised why Barnwell didn't continue with Ali Mohammed. He had just a couple of overs, or a few. Again, beaten outside the off stump. Bodie is having severe problems here with Barnwell. Beating the outside edge. The previous delivery, it was a no-man's shot. He edged it between the second slip and gully down to the boundary for 4. I think they've got their tails up, the Demerara side.
Yes, Naeem. Just after that rain interruption, when the Demerara boys were coming out on the field, you can see them being pumped up, the energy they had in their step, and they're looking to take wickets. Here's another short ball just past Bodie's left shoulder. And we see a deep backward square, a deep fine leg. So that short ball is always in the mind of the batsman.
And Barnwell is setting up the trap. He's giving 1 or 2 lifting ones so that the batsman can go for the hook shot. He's trying to get the outside edge. And behind all of this, he's got the intimidation factor.
The previous ball was the one for the over. Strong drive, but straight to mid-off. So you see Barnwell, they're spending some time next to the batsman. Again.
A bit of sledging, I guess. Not in any boisterous manner, as we had seen in some cases with the McGraths and the Brian Lara. This was a little exchange, like "I'll get you now" or something of the sort.
Worked away. Just gonna get one though. There's the deep backward square out there. Young Balgobin fields and throws in.
So you would have played some cricket as well, I understand, at Queen's College.
Yes, and I still do. Queen's College would have gotten second division status recently. So the previous cycle of second division tournaments, Queen's College would have entered, and I'm still playing for them.
You didn't pull the strings like the doctor strings to get into the side, right? You aren't.
No, 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 not at all, not at all. I was playing for UG. I played a couple of games for UG, and when QC did get the second division status, they would have asked me to come across because they needed a keeper, and because I was involved in cricket so much in school, it was an easy choice. This one's up in the air, and an easy catch for Sachin Singh. Again, we see the short ball troubling the batsman. On this occasion, it's Avinash Prasad. Just lobbing an easy catch to Sachin Singh at a short leg position. He had a lot of time to just take a step back, judge it, and take a nice, comfortable catch.
Yeah, I always believed after hitting the helmet, Barnwell knew this, and I even recommended, of course not to his hearing, the killer instinct. You've got someone flustered. You've got some element of fear in the batsman's mind. Now is the time, bring a man up, let him see visibly, I've got people surrounding you, like an army. And with the surprise element and the fear, intimidation played a great part. I think Barnwell took advantage of that, and that's good.
With all those men around you, it gives that impression as a batsman that you're trapped and you have to play that release shot and get out of this jail. So that was the downfall of Avinash Prasad. Here we see Ronaldo Rennie coming out to bat at number 3. And Rennie has looked good in the last 2 games I've seen him play. Some solid drives, solid defense, and it's just sad that he hasn't really gone on to get a big score.
Well, at the end of everything, you have to take your hat off to Barnwell. He worked with the plan, and intimidation, as I said, was a factor. He got what he wanted, and he employed the killer instinct. Good captaincy, too, because he brought in the forward short leg. It's just now I'm surprised that the other end did not have the quicker bowler. You could have seen from the inception that the Essequibo batsmen had a problem with the pace. Well, not only pace, but they were bowling straight and bowling on target.
This one's a bit too short. And Buddy just punches this one off the back foot to wide mid-on. Gets us easy single.
So Rini has got his opportunity to come good in this innings. It's a nice testing period. Nice battle out there. Intense cricket. This is absolutely nice to watch. This is the big thing about the longer duration games, where you have sufficient time to plot, to plan, to execute, and sufficient time as a batsman, after you're down and out, to bat and regain yourself and your composure and status.
This is a tough battle. We could have heard the Demerara boys just now again after that wicket. You can see the energy from each and every one on the field. They want to get wickets, they want to do well, and they want to bowl out this team here. Tight stuff from Ned. And again, you can hear the noise around the batsman.
I think they're all pumped up. Lots of energy. Big mammoth lead. Rini's really comprehensively forward, smothering any spin that Ned would have gotten, and it's not much that he's getting anyway. looking around to see if Ali Mohammed is actually on the field because, yeah, he's on the field. And again, I'm a little surprised I didn't see an injury. He only bowled a very short spell. In fact, I believe Ali Mohammed, the batsmen were more uncomfortable, may I say, against his bowling than Barnwell initially.
The over comes to an end. 10 overs gone. The score is 27 for 1. And now you can see this dark cloud just hovering over the ground. I'm really hoping that we don't get another interruption.
Well, the weather forecast this morning predicted heavy clouds and some brief and passing showers. When they say brief, it doesn't necessarily have to be brief. It can be a brief downpour as well. And knowing this border ground, it's just that the pitch I'm worried about. They have to move as quickly as possible. Inderjeet will join you. Ronaldo.
Morning, Inderjeet.
Good morning to you once again, Ronaldo. Very interesting and exciting piece of play.
This one's coming out the outside part of the bat. Earlier we would have seen Barnwell already broken the edge of Buddy's bat. Again, we see him getting close to that edge.
Yes, and he has worked to a game plan, I think, brilliantly when he got that wicket of Passad. You know, that is what he was looking for. He wants to do the aerial damage, and he did it. Smacked him on the helmet, and here he understands that Bodhi is having some problem outside the line of the off stump. So he's peppering him there with those short or back of a length delivery. And it's good to see him having 3 slips now.
Yes, just reinforcing a slip cordon. 3 slips in a gully. We have that backward point as well.
Maybe Ronaldo, he should have kept the mid off and take away the extra cover. Leave that huge gap. Because if he's going to drive to mid off, it's going to be a straight bat. You give him a chance to angle it a little through extra cover. And with those 3 slips and the backward point, that could be telling. Now, had a little exchange of word there with Bodhi. Testing delivery, but little wide going down the leg side.
Yes, yes. If he only gets a bit closer to Bodhi, just around that shoulder height, we're going to see some problems. We're going to see Barnwell really getting into the mind. And dare I say the helmet of Bodhi.
This time, good judgment by Bodhi, allowing one to go by. So he's doing 2 things here. He's trying to get Bodhi to play at a short delivery. He wants him to hook, or he wants him to pull. And when he pitches it up outside the line of the off stump, he wants it to drive. So he has the perfect field placement at the moment. Maybe we just leave the man at mid-off, open the cover.
Catch him. This one's a bit aerial, but lands just short of the short cover fielder.
And good fielding there by Ashmead Ned. Very alert and made a very, very good effort to ensure that he stops that one. So we've had it all this morning. Sunshine, rain, a few wickets going down in the day's play so far. Avinash Prasad struck on the helmet. The end of Barnwell's over. It's 27 for the loss of 1. So as we wind down towards the luncheon interval at 12 hours, let me remind you that Demerara made 429 today for the loss of 7 declared. The declaration came at 10 hours 20 after 3.3 overs. It was just after Akshaya Prasad went for 127. Perez yesterday 86. Sachin Singh 55. Ali Mohammed 62. Ricardo Adams 4 for 128 and Malcolm Hubbard 2 for 83. So the left arm spinner will continue from this end. We have some good news coming out of the United States of America with a former regional 4-day player making some headway in the United States. Zahir Mohammed, our freelance journalist, ensured that he passes us these information. Drive, cotton ball by Ashmead Ned, and Rennie goes. Now he was looking for the drive there. That's a soft dismissal. Why you want to play? Ronaldo, look at it on the replay.
Yeah, that was a very, very soft dismissal. Easy catch for Ned. And I'm pretty sure Rennie would be very disappointed. He looked good in the previous matches. And he seemed confident when he was facing the previous over to Ned. But on this occasion, not keeping it on the ground. And I think that was his downfall.
Yes, so he walks back very slowly. Let me tell you that the Commonwealth Cricket League, Bhaskar Yadram, that name Yadram rings a bell, comes from a family that loves cricket, Bhaskar Yadram. He was drafted in the first ever inaugural Major League Cricket tournament. So congratulations to Bhaskar. You know, he'll be playing for the Los Angeles Knight Riders. So we wish him all the best. And I know that his sister Kavita Yadram, who is actually the chairman of the competitions committee for the Demerara Cricket Board and a very hard-working member of the Guyana Cricket Board, will certainly feel elated at this news. Chance to earn some money and chance to ply his trade as well.
Yes, yes. I was lucky to play alongside Bhaskar Yadram back in the under 15 days.
Yes, I remember.
And back then he was just a short little chubby boy, but he had the shots. He had every shot you can think of in the book. Malcolm Hubbard has come out to join Kevin Buddy. And I must say, looking at the Essequibo team throughout this tournament, Hubbard has been the most impressive batsman so far.
Yes, and judge this one well from Ashmead Ned. A good delivery, not a lot of turn there from the left arm spinner. And he too has come into this match, Ronaldo, with an air of confidence, having picked up a 5-wicket haul in the previous game. And I agree with your statement with Hubbard. Very consistent and can be called upon with the ball as well.
Off the mark. A little tricky there, inside edge. But that brings Booty back on strike.
And Booty must now shoulder the responsibility. He's the senior man out there. He can bat. We have seen him previously. In fact, he came very, very close. He played list state cricket for the Guyana national team. And certainly Bodie will be looking to get back in the thick of things.
We can see he has a start for his third one deliveries now. Should be set and should look to carry on and start forming a new partnership with Hubbard. Take the team to lunch and then carry on after.
Yes, he wouldn't want to give it away at this juncture. He's doing all the hard work. And now the rain is going to thunder down. And the ground staff will come out back with the tarpaulin at 10 minutes to the hour of 12. So I guess they're going to take lunch and then will return. But we can recap just what transpired today. Demerara declared on 429 for the loss of 7. Their innings lasted for 93.3 overs. Ricardo Adams 4 for 128. Malcolm Hubbard 2 for 83. And look at that batting. Akshaya Prasad led the way 127 with 200s partnership. Raymond Perez 86, Sachin Singh 55, Ali Mohammed 62. So the declaration did come with 429.
Yes. And we see the ground staff working very hard to try to get the covers on before this heavy downpour. And this shower here is much heavier than the previous one.
Yes, this is thundering down at the moment and the drops are very, very huge. So rain actually came at one interval when Essequibo were 12 without loss at 12:47 hours. They had a delay. The match resumed at 11:10 hours. And with Avinash Prasad, he has gone back to the pavilion. He was actually hit on the helmet of Barnwell in the 7th over, caught by Sachin Singh. Another short delivery at forward short leg of Barnwell for 6, 26 for the loss of 1. And then Rennie went caught and bowl. Final words from you as we take our break?
Thanks, Indrajit. It looks as though lunch will be taken because we're so close to that interval. But I think Essequibo has to take this time during lunch to sit down and think about where they are and how they're going to proceed in that afternoon session. There's still a lot of runs behind, still trailing by 401 runs, so there's a lot of work still left to be done. They have to come out after lunch with a positive mind, keep the runs coming, but at the same time, bad time.
Yes, so they still trail by 401 runs. Bodie's there on 15. Malcolm Hubbard is on 1. Rain stopping play 10 minutes before lunch with Essequibo on 28 for the loss of 2. Until maybe in another 40 minutes, this is Indrajit saying goodbye from Border. Well, the scene is not a good one at all. The rain came tumbling down at 11 hours 50. That's 10 minutes before lunch, and it has not stopped. The scene out in the middle, as you can see, lots of water on the covers at the bowler's end on both sides and many parts of the border sward here, and it continues to thunder down from the heavens. If I can recall what transpired early this morning, at the close of play, 393 for the loss of 6. Akshaya Pasad then was on 110. Today Pasad went for 127. Balgobin was left not out on 15. Loktot not out on 4. There were 26 extras. 430 for 7 declared. Demerara of 93.3 overs. Since then, Essequibo has started their reply, and when the rains came, there were 28 for the loss of 2. Bodie on 15 from 31 balls. Hubbard on 1, still trailing by 401. And as best as our local knowledge tells us, this rain is not going to stop for now, and we might very well have to see a curtailed second day in this match.
Well, it's not only a curtailed one. This is like abandoned to the third power. Look at the rains there, and we know the history of Border. If half the amount of this rain that fell, if half of it only fell, you still would not have had play for today. Of course, I'm not the ruling umpires, but from history, this is what we have grown to see. A smaller amount of rains coming down would have stopped the game for the rest of the day anyway. So, impossible, as I said, to the third power. The umpires, I guess, would have no other option than to call off. It's not only today's play, but my speculation and experience tells me you have some serious issues tomorrow for play to go on here.
And that might very well happen, because this is not looking good at all. Naim Essequibo, 28 for the loss of 2. Bodie is still there. Hubbard is on 1, but they have lost Avinash Pasad. He was looking so good, along with Rennie, who has been in good form. That's some disaster for the Essequibo team.
But you must give kudos to the bowlers of Demerara, in particular the captain, and he displayed some hostility. It was amazing to see the placid pitch that the Essequibo side had to bowl on, that the Demerara team could have gotten the ball to lift so appreciably. Several of them, in fact, Avinash was struck in the helmet, and there was some psychological setback, and you saw the effect. 2 wickets going down, good bowling from Demerara.
Yes, and Essequibo with 2 victories so far. Victory against Berbice, victory against the Select 11, and with that match at Everest suffering the same fate like this one here at Border, Essequibo will feel somewhere along the line that they stand a very good chance, if this continues, to win their first ever inter-county 4-day title.
Well, I hope they do, actually, because they were labeled as underdogs for decades, and 9 years we haven't had this inter-county tournament. I was hoping, with the cricket I've seen them play in 2023, just for the sake of sympathy, that I'm so happy that they have risen to the task, and I wish them well. I just hope that they could win it.
Yes, so it's not only raining cats and dogs, it's horses and pigs here at Border, and we can say to you that when rain stopped play, Essequibo, they were 28 for the loss of 2 wickets, replying to the 429 for 7 declared by Demerara. So that's the news from Border Cricket Ground. We are not going to have any more cricket on day number 2. Let's keep our fingers crossed, and with the rains might ease up a little, that play will be possible. If that happens, it will start at 9 hours tomorrow. On behalf of the entire commentary team, this is Inderjeet saying goodbye from Border.